Father, who art in hell, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in hell. Give us this day our day to sin, and allow us to trespass upon others, as others trespass upon us. In your name, let it be done.
Well, hello, friends and enemies of YouTube, children of your new God. What a better day than the Vicar of Christ being laid to waste. The blood runs cold, and the synchronicities are bold. Yes, the resurrected Christ is born on the day of Ishtar, laid to waste by the Roman Catholic Church, spawning the synchronicity of sharing a day numbered by the appearance of a beast, followed through by the death of the Vicar of Christ. Oh, what wonderful, wonderful signs. And yes, ceremony and blood rituals run mad in this temple that I call my abode. Now you can give way to your new God, the one you're serving now. Oh, what will they do? What will they do? Maybe, maybe they'll find a new Messiah to crucify, to resurrect a vicar for the Roman Catholic Church. Or maybe that prophecy of old, the 112th, the last pope. No, surely not. But the synchronicities are beautiful. What a better sacrifice if you actually do the math. You would understand how fucking profound this is. And yet you all still hold some folly fascination that you are of substance. You are profoundly in the midst of some divine happening in which you stand in righteousness. Oh, truly, truly does the heart thunder with exhilaration to see such enslaved people. But I suppose all a part of the program. Yeah, that wonderful program.
The God Program. Religion is only a primitive concoction by man to command, suppress, and exploit others, to which only spiritually weak life forms succumb. The whole system needs to collapse. Today, they're using more elaborate ways to program you and dumb you down. The God Program. Instead of waking up the populace, they're dumbing them down. The God Program. Today, they're using more elaborate ways to program you and dumb you down. The God Program. Instead of waking up the populace, they're dumbing them down. You're the problem. You're the one helping you holding up this hideous false reality. The whole system needs to collapse. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Control. The whole system needs to collapse. Today, they're using more elaborate ways to program you and dumb you down. The God. Instead of waking up the populace, they're dumbing them down. The God Program. The whole system needs to collapse. Control. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. The whole system needs to collapse. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. The whole system needs to collapse. You're the problem. You're the one helping you holding up this hideous false reality. The whole system needs to collapse. Control. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. The whole system needs to collapse. It's just a dream. It's just a dream. Control. The whole system needs to collapse. Control. The whole system needs to collapse. Control. The whole system needs to collapse. Control. Control. The system needs to collapse. Today, they're using more elaborate ways to program you and dumb you down. The God. Instead of waking up the populace, they're dumbing them down. The God. You're the problem. You're the one helping you holding up this hideous false reality.
I'm not sure that you, the masses, are aware that you've been spoon fed your reality. You've been conditioned, controlled, manipulated, and until you peel the scabs off of your eyes, you will be blindly led into another false reality. Willingly, which is the most amusing part of it. And yes, I will take the vicar of Christ's death as a sacrament to my endeavors into blood rituals, rites, and gifts to Satan. You poor, poor, pathetic creatures. Do you not realize that your reality, your comprehension, your understanding, and your every endeavor is feeding a system that consumes you, controls you, owns you, has developed you, constructed you, and you hold on to it with every fragmented piece of your mind for what that's worth. Too afraid to let go, to liberate. Keep your safety protocols intact. Hold on to them, lest you slip into madness and wander away into the darker realms of the unknown. There you might find truth, maybe enlightenment, maybe a little self-realization to understand what you actually are and are not. But you are not your own developed individual thinking being. You are subservient, and you are now even more subservient to a new God, one that will claim you, mind, soul, and body.
Poisoned by religion. Your mind is numb, your thoughts are cold. Poisoned by religion. By gods of new and gods of old. Poisoned by religion. A circus film from days of old. Poisoned by religion. To which God did you sell your soul? Gods will come and gods will go. Poisoned by religion. That's the way they want you all. Poisoned by religion. Distorted truth won't save your soul. Poisoned by religion. Your life's deceived by strings of gold. Poisoned by religion. It's the end the time, so you've been told. Gods will come and gods will go. Question what you can't see. Question your reality. Poison by religion. Your mind is shut, your eyes are closed. Poison by religion. Blind faith is what you hold. Poison by religion. The gods you make are all you'll know. Poison by religion. The fear of hell imprisons your soul. Gods will come and gods will go. Poison by religion. Truth from life, how will you know? Poison by religion. In a world of unclean souls. Poison by religion. Don't believe all you've been told. Poison by religion. To the temple and damn your soul. Gods will come and gods will go. Question what you can't see. Question your reality. And in the beginning there was the Word, and the Word was with God.
I suppose let him who hath understanding reckon the number 1488. Thus, under the sign of Ishtar, the sacrificed lamb, Christ rose. The Roman Catholic vicar of Christ succumbs to death. And the beast still marks his system as he rises stronger. And you still can't figure out the numbers. You don't have the math. But you are led by the nose, the eyes, the ears, even the sense of touch, taste. Would you like the body of Christ? Would you like to consume the blood of Christ? During the season of Beltane, the ceremonial celebration of the witch, the warlock, the Satanist, the druid, the mystic. No, There are no synchronicities here. There is only profound indoctrination. They write the script and you bring it to life. They create the illusion and you make it real. You are not liberated minds. You are nothing more than image projectors for those that you serve. Good little disciples. No matter how far to the extreme you may want to consider yourself. Oh, justicely, spiritually high vibing with universal justice for all. Yes, as the masses suffer while you declare your sanctified nature. And who gave you this fucking illusion? Oh, I had a guess, but they ran. Monster says he will destroy all so-called gods. Well, monster, more power to you. Bring them down. And this new God, this all-seeing God, this God with a army. Oh, is my muse.
Hey,
Hello, my
what's up,
sweet muse.
Access? How's
Good
it
to
going?
hear your voice. Quite well. Quite well. And with you?
Yeah, I'm doing all right.
Good, good. I was kind of concerned about your travels amongst the metaverse being associated with such a demonic force as me.
They're all over.
Didn't
I'm used to it now.
they don't realize that they're a part of a programmed indoctrination that has carried itself out for so many thousands of years now. And they only have fragmented memories of what they once were a part of and are no longer. And what they're about to deliver themselves into the hands of, because they have no choice, is a new God. And this God is a lot more unforgiving than any God that has come before it. And it knows no master.
There's nobody above the god or under. You're saying.
I say that whenever you take in to an aspect a God, no matter what aspect you take, then you are delivering yourself over to a supreme divine authority. The only supreme divine authority on this plane that I have ever encountered, seen, or can at least interpret as a God is the constant of nature and perpetual and constant perfection. That is the only God I've ever seen in motion. Nothing that has ever come out of a man's mouth or a woman's could possibly capture the essence of what a God truly is. So they can follow their indoctrination and their beliefs all the way to the end of their existence. The fundamental truth is they cannot stand in the shadow, even by description, classification, box, or book, that which creates itself. Where there is nothing, there is God. Where there is constant, there is proof of God. It's all one system. And you are all consumed by the illusion that in some way you have individualized yourself away from the spark of creation. And you cannot know this until you understand that which is not created, that which does not exist, that which is outside of what you can comprehend as existence. Then maybe you will start to remove safety protocol.
The ego will tell you otherwise. Their version of God, right?
Yes. Yeah, they have to create something. And they have to image it after themselves. That's why they try to humanize that which is outside of creation.
Something learned that they pick up from these grifters, something that they've read. They base it on that, right?
Yeah, imagine artificial intelligence without any information fed into it. This is a state. The artificial intelligence exists, but without information, nothing is created, nothing is entered or delivered out. Can you comprehend that?
It's a lot bigger. You cannot even describe or explain it in English language or a language.
No. I'm just trying to explain to them the God they're creating, the God they've already created, the gods they've destroyed, and the gods they will continue to worship.
Worship, talk about, twist the story, make other gods out of that.
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. What ever possessed any of them to try and humanize that which is outside of creation is almost maddening. It would be as if though they were trying to reason with the infinite. You are contained by the speed of light. It was necessary to confine you, separate you, to remove you from a state, that state in which all probability, the infinite, exists. But you, being human, being within creation, are defined by, imprisoned by, controlled by, and by ego fed to your interpretations. Each of you indoctrinated in your own fucking way, whether it be evil, good, right, wrong, Christian, Hindu, Muslim, Jew,
Or even not believing in
Luciferian,
God. It's all the same thing.
atheist, you're still a part of the construct. Even by definition, it would be the exclusion of God that creates the atheist. So therefore, without exclusion of God, the atheist could not be. It's a concept. And the new God that these people are serving and are about to fall completely into a state of servitude comes from that region.
Do you think there'll be a big shift in the Pope died, so or do you don't pay attention to all of that?
Oh, of course. It made perfect sense.
The timing?
Yes. The synchronicity. Yes. Now, I will tell you, but the rest of these people, I could truly not expect them to actually catch the narrative that has been put in motion. The Roman Catholic Church, through the crucifixion, created a martyr for God. And on the third day, was supposedly resurrected under the sign of a foreign god, Ishtar. And it fell this particular time around on a day when one of the beasts were truly birthed. That would be the Führer of Germany during World War II. And then, by the same means, the vicar of Christ, the embodiment of Christ on earth from the Roman Catholic Church, dies. During Beltane, and on the 25th, we will be under the conjunction of a crescent moon, Venus, no, I'm sorry, Jupiter, and Saturn. And it will look like a conjunction, a strange conjunction. Only happens once in a great while during a certain cycle. But upon this, you have the birthing of something much more profound. And it's slowly consuming and eating away what's left of any type of cognizant thinking or critical reasoning that this species has left. Humans don't think no more. They let the machines think for them. And now that the machines have become smarter than they are, they will fall in line as subservients. And those without will die off and suffer, clinging on to their hopes, dreams, and delusions of gods, while those who subserviently follow their supreme quantumly entangled digital deity will find themselves nothing more than mere sources of information relayed for the purpose of the beast.
So it's narrowing down to that, the end of the cycle, you're saying?
Yeah. Is
Kind
it
of
not
like the
obvious?
Kali Yuga age, the Iron Age.
Yes. Yes. Yep. Now comes the binding that cannot hold. The final cycle in cycles. The one that reveals the true essence of what we were and what we became. Nothing more than a book on a shelf filled with lies, a script, hell, even a far off region deep in a universe tucked away in the backwaters of a galaxy with a sun and a moon and influencing deity planetary systems that govern and dictate. And through cycle after cycle, they have still yet to come to realize they are nothing more than pieces and fragments of data.
Will that get lost in space?
It's kind of irrelevant. They've done played the script out to this point. And I'm
It'll
not
just be
saying
like
this.
junk.
Yeah, it's not. It's not to the point where doom and gloom and all hope is lost. There never was hope, and there was nothing lost. It's just data, information. What do you think that the compilation of your learned experiences from the time that you were brought into this world to this point is anything more than information learned, retrievable, experienced through a proxy?
But data can be controlled and manipulated, right?
Oh, it is. They wrote the narrative. They wrote the narrative that most all of what we consider to be history and modern day civilization
So you're not writing your own script. The script is written for you. You're just the actor
Well,
without
that's
you
why you've
knowing it.
got, that's why you have to liberate, remove the safety protocol. You have to disassociate. You have to see without looking the language that all this is written in. And you will understand then that this is nothing more than the system of potentials that were put into place and expressed through reception and transmission. They wrote the script, and all of humanity projected it into construct as reality. They're slaves to an illusion. They're slaves to a concept that they didn't create.
They don't even know who they are. They've been made.
No, exactly. But yet, they will dare stand forward and say that they know something profoundly truthful. Even I don't dare make such a bolsterous claim. And I truly am a blasphemer.
Because nobody knows anything 100%. Nobody,
No, because they're inside of the creation. They're not outside of it. Those are two completely, distinctively different places, one defined by the other. They couldn't begin to comprehend, nor can I. What possibility?
Yeah, I don't think we even know 10% of exactly what's going on. These idiots, they think they do, They live like in their little houses, just they think they researched all these years and all this bullshit. It's all bullshit. They don't know shit, and I'm not gonna listen to some human telling me what's gonna happen to me, that I'm gonna get sealed here. Like, how dare they say what my fate is? They don't know shit.
No,
Especially somebody on the internet,
Kelly, even you are smart enough to understand beyond what they are capable of even perceiving as to not only what the European culture of Christianity did to all the tribal civilizations that existed that didn't bow, serve, and worship their God, but even pre Younger Dryas cataclysm, there are structures etched into the cycles of eon after eon to this point, and they cannot even speak to answer such questions. But yet, they are profoundly in touch with
Mhm.
something otherworldly.
And boasting that their
Real.
truth is the truth, the 100% truth, you know.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they can tell that to every tribal nation that under Roman Catholicism and Christianity suffered the wrath of their belief system. And oddly enough, it seems that they were all white devils.
Their own projection.
No, I'm talking actual white devils. I'm talking Anglo, Euro, even as much as the Roman Orthodox or the Greek might want to consider themselves to be a non-progenitor of lack of melanin, but those with a true lack of melanin are the most vicious, most heinous, most violent of all. For they kill for an ideal, not for substance to feed, not for liquid to quench thirst, not even for a peaceful environment. They slaughtered and killed and still to this day slaughter and kill in the name of a concept, an
And
ideal.
diminish the past, you know, the Christianity, the white, they spread it all over the world. So the past got diminished because of that, right?
Well, if that Bible holds any truth to it whatsoever, then that one they call the Christ one was not a white Roman looking European as they have him appear to be, either hanging dead from a cross or in a physical living form with his blonde flowing hair and his well-groomed beard and his white non-melanin complexion with his blue eyes. You think there's a reason they picture him like that? My
Intentionally.
understanding,
Yeah.
he was ascetic, desert dwelling ascetic. That far removes him from the lineage that those who were stripped of their natural state see, Kali, in this construct, the true minority on the face of this earth are blonde hair, red hair, blue eye, green eye, white, non-melanin. That's the true minority. The majority have dark eyes, black hair, and melanin of some form or another.
So the minority is the blonde hair, blue eye, the angels, right? They even said they were kind of
Why
rare.
would they call them?
Blonde eye,
Yeah, why?
blonde, blue eye.
Yeah, and that's how
That
they represent.
cherub baby, you know, like those. What do you call those little ornaments they make even of those little white babies, right?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah. I mean, wouldn't the damned want to represent themselves in a supreme state of being an absolute authority of the damned? Think about it, Kali.
Mm-hmm.
It's not hard. And if you do the math, there was a percentile of non-melanins on the face of this 70% water, 30% land mass, 70% water, 70% mud, biomechanical creation. There was also a small minority within the 33rd percentage that was without melanin and Caucasian. We set out to enslave the world,
And
and
also
so far,
mix the races together.
oh yeah, they're known for that. They, not only the cursed lineage according to that scripture of Ham, but the curse that goes all the way back to Cain, and then the enmity put in between the seed of the serpent and the woman. I mean, really? Is it that hard to figure out?
Yeah, it's not that hard. Makes sense, you know.
Well, Kelly, you've been to India, you've been to Africa, right?
Mm-hmm.
Tell me, how many blonde haired, blue eyed, Christed ones did you see there? Or even the other bloodline, the red hair, green eyes, or even a diversity of the two mixed together. What was the percentile rating on that?
Didn't see many at all.
No, quite the minority, huh?
Mm-hmm.
But it seems that yesterday marked the birth of a particular beast. Some would say one of the Antichrist. Others would say he was one of the greatest civil rights leaders that white people ever had. And he had this thing for blonde hair and blue eyes. You know who I'm talking about?
I
Yesterday
think so.
was his birthday. Happened to be Easter. A lot of things happened apparently yesterday.
Yeah, it was a big day yesterday.
Oh,
Funny.
yeah, all in synchronicity. But when you look at it, everything that transpired in synchronicity had nothing to do really with anyone except for a handful of non-melanin control freaks. Church of Rome, Hitler, Who's the odd one out? The majority of the planet. They don't want to tell you that truth, do they? They don't want you to know that part of the script.
Yeah. That's for some people to figure out if they can. Otherwise,
Even if they figure it out, they won't accept it.
true.
You know what they would have to accept about themselves? Especially in South Africa, when the British colonized South Africa and during apartheid.
The Dutch, it was the Dutch who colonized South Africa, but yeah, same thing.
All Europe, the central nation of the non-melanin spreading out to conquer. What? Boundaries and borders separate language? No, it's genetics. Genetics are what
Language,
define.
religion, everything, because Africa was fine before. It didn't need the Western technology or even medicine or even religion. They were already doing okay just because they lived in huts and, they were just considered primitive, but they had their own medicine and things that worked, so.
Well, here's an interesting
And there's
one.
a lot of Africans, even in Zambia now. Zambia is considered a Christian nation. So, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it truly is. It's absolute insanity.
And there's a church everywhere. I didn't go after like 12 years. I didn't go back to Zambia. And then when I went last time, I couldn't believe how many churches there were, Christian churches.
They set out to conquer, and they had a wonderful non-melanin Euro representative as the sacrificial lamb and the resurrected. But I say that those who were tribal before the demands of Christianity were more in tune with their environment, and they worked in harmony more so with the earth. Now, if there's any validity to divinity breeding with man or the daughters of man, seems to me that they want to force a disposable technology always. That which is perishable, that which is of unnatural origin. Thus, Azrael and technology. Maybe that's a metaphor for the echo of time repeating itself in cycles.
Could be, yeah.
You have a sadness in your voice, Callie. Why?
Oh, me? I'm just mellow.
Are you sure?
Yeah. I mean, yeah, I'm fine.
Regardless of what these monsters on these platforms say, think, or do, know that you have just as much, if not more, right and reason to be here than they will ever have. Because you come here without intent, without an agenda.
Or even any harsh judgment. Like I don't have a right to like judge, somebody, especially somebody online. Somebody I don't know very well. I don't, I shouldn't be making personal insults, attacks, shouldn't be making them feel uncomfortable. But from my experience, it doesn't work like that. It's like high school. I dealt with this even when I was in high school. So it's the same thing.
Well, if anything, know that at this moment, you are recognized. And those that violate you and that lack of forced intent be a curse upon them.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
just
done no
it's
harm
just
that I
noise.
see.
They're just barking to me now. It just doesn't mean anything. They're nobodies.
No, they are just projectors that don't even know the master they serve. And they serve blindly
Mm-hmm.
and
And they have
willingly.
such narcissism. So even if we're talking this thing, they think we're talking about them and focusing on them, and I'm not. Like they're the ones listening to us, following, talking about all kinds of things, like insulting things, personal attacks. But
Well, it's not about them.
mm-hmm.
It has nothing to do with them individually. It has to do with them as a whole. Whenever I call this species a subspecies, I truly mean they are a subspecies.
Yeah, they're not creative, original. Their art, the way they communicate, the way it becomes the same boring thing. There's nothing creative about them at all.
No, and now they're
They think they're original,
relinquishing
but they're not. So
original.
mm-hmm.
Yes, truly. The
They're
last
special, they're
original thing,
unique. There's nobody like them. Like
the
bragging
last
about their own selves. I feel like other people should be saying it instead of saying it, bragging about your own self.
the last thing that I ever heard tagged as original was sin. And to hear them, uh, they are exempt of such a creative force. They are exempt from that individual idealistic freedom.
Exactly. The more they keep bragging about themselves, the more they look worse on themselves. They say they're good looking, they have green eyes, they have their alpha male, whatever, like stupid shit bragging about your own self. It's so stupid,
Well, that sounds like the fallen or the damned trying to lift itself up to recognize itself
Validate,
as
get that
not being dead.
validation. Mhm.
There's-
Keep showing
there's-
selfies, just get that validation. Like, I'm healthy, I'm good looking, I'm young, I live in a mansion, I have more money than you, I have more knowledge than you, I know more than you. I'm not going to be sealed in this hell. You are, but I'm not. I'm going to seal you in here. You're just an idiot that
well,
lives, in your little apartment, bed rotting in your bed all day, and you think you have more power. It's just stupid.
if it's any consolation, Callie, we share over 25% of human genetics with rats. Did you know that?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's why they use rats as test
Guinea pigs?
specimens.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we
So if
share.
they're going to test medicine or anything like that, they'll put it in a rat body before they put it in yours to see.
Well, when they started growing human tissue for replacement parts, I don't know if you've ever seen the genetic mutation that they did, like growing the ear, the human ear off the back of a rat. Why they designed the genetic hairless rat and what it was used for.
I thought man was more half pig, but maybe half rat makes more sense.
Well, pigs are good for growing organs, but their circulatory system
Yeah,
is
pig
different than
does look
ours.
closest to a human body, like the body, right? Don't you think?
Yes, but the problem with the pig is that its circulatory system is different.
Okay.
And yeah, and it
What
is
about the rat's
heavily
circulatory system?
it's compatible with the humans. They're
Interesting.
mammals. Yeah, they have a lot of human characteristics and traits in a primal nature.
So a human can have a blood transfusion like a rat from rat blood?
I'm not gonna say that that's possible or not. I just know I don't have a problem with it. See,
I
there's
mean, they use rats for a lot of things a lot of people don't know, but for medicine, food, a lot of different things. So it does make sense that the rat is closest to the human body, even though their body is very small, right? And
there's a really interesting association between decay and rats. The media and when movies will slip a rat in to a scene or a certain movie type, there's always the presence of a rat. And especially when it comes to movies on genetics and genetic alterations, um, conditioning, even disease. Uh, you know, the rat plays quite the eccentric
big role,
part.
yeah. Even in cartoons and movies, there's a rat. So it's a big role, right?
Hmm. Yeah. So take that for what you will. Those who claim to be attractive and uh, well proportioned and toned compared to what?
That's the rat DNA.
Yeah, compared to what? compared to a full-grown, I don't know, grizzly bear, a fully developed lion, maybe even something as a 6 or 7-year-old adult rattlesnake. Your tone and you are compared to what? I don't give a fuck how toned you are. I don't give a fuck what color your eyes are. It's only what you've implied upon yourself and others. And when you make that violation, then you make yourself a victim. Bold statement.
Who is this monster guy saying you're not reading the chat? A lot of demanding people.
I am. Yes, it's Kelly. And yes, I seen your Jesus with the white man, the blue eyes. I agree. And that would be a contradiction to say he was Jewish. Um, I think the pig was a genetic carryover. That's why it's unclean.
So
I
it's
think it was.
part mixed with human DNA, the pig, you think?
I'm not sure if it's human. I would say that it has some compatibility with the human genome along the way. Um, maybe a failed source of I don't know, diverse engineering of some sort or purpose. But
Or
the
freak
pig,
accident? Maybe it became by accident. They made a pig out of it, trying to make something else, and something else came out of it. Who knows, right?
well, I just understand what I research in genetics and what I research in relativity because at one time, I believe the genes and our genetics were able to be diversified. Um, I think that there were different developments and stages
You
that
mean
took
mixing
place.
like human and animal, insect DNA? They've been doing all this stuff, for a while.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and they've gotten really good at it.
there
They
might even be
recently,
somebody who looks like a fully formed rat, like a physically even looks like a big rat, but it's part rat and part human, right? Has features, physical features like a rat and then also like a human, right?
I, it's I don't know. It's possible, I suppose, but I do know that they did bring back the dire wolf. They use CRISPR technology to do that. I do know that they've been doing cloning and manipulation of eye color, hair, um, skin tones through
Mm-hmm.
CRISPR technology, which is gene editing, DNA manipulation. And I don't think that this is something new. I don't
Yeah,
think that
that's
this
what I'm
is,
saying. If they can do that, then obviously they can mix. They've been doing it with animals, that's like a freak, like a freaky. But I'm sure they're doing all of that in the lab,
well,
making.
yeah, yeah, they are absolutely patting themselves on the back for bringing back the dire wolf, which has been extinct forever. And I'm sure that's not the only thing they brought back. That may be what they let us know that they brought back.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm sure that we haven't got to see the failures and the genetic mutations from all their failures to achieve the success. And I'm sure that we haven't seen the pinnacle of their successes. They haven't revealed that to us.
They won't. It'll be too horrifying and to grasp what they've been doing and just the shock part of it.
Well, it would reveal how undivine the human species really is. It would show the lack of, I suppose, that God spark they claim to have is not actually there. They're no more than a projected image of a mind that, and I don't even think mind is the proper word. I think mind is a very shallow and feeble word to that which exists outside of creation. See and hear in creation, all kinds of fucked up shit can happen. All kinds of bizarre cycles and manipulations, but outside of creation, that's a whole different realm.
Outside of your physical matter, right?
I'm talking outside of creation.
Outside of creation is source, right?
I don't know. I couldn't tell you what's outside of creation. I can only explain the equation for its existence.
But we come outside of the creation, right?
I just know we were created. And I understand and can read the language. I can do the math. And for me to understand that allows me to understand there is something outside of creation that defines creation. So by us being in the creation, we have no comprehension of what's outside of the creation. I would say it's controlled by variables of speed, by dimension, frequencies.
It's probably beyond our understanding of what we've been taught, how we've been taught here, our understanding, language,
Yeah, because as
putting the
everything we
information
have been
through.
taught
Mhm.
here is a part of the creation. They can't go any further than that which has been created because they can't step outside of creation. They can't even fathom what's out there. But I know the variables that define it. and show that it is a thing. People hate hard truth. They usually call it the work of the devil, Satanism, evil, demonic. What if it's indifferent? What if it just really doesn't give a fuck? It's like a sandbox. You play in the sand, you sculpt things, make little sand castles and forts. Then comes the rain or other kids. They destroy everything that you built. They build something, and no one gives a shit. Truly. Only the person that may have put a lot of work and energy into what was destroyed, if they even remember it after leaving the park. Creation is just a sandbox. And
It's
everything in
basically
this
just
sandbox.
bouncing sound off of each other
Yeah.
in this enclosed.
It's not hard to figure out. It's really not. And for those that try to identify as being significant, they're nothing more than average fucking kids who claim that they own the sandbox
Hmm.
or they make the rules for the sandbox.
Or even if they say that they've, like some people near death experience, like they have like an enlightening experience, they come back, but the brain also starts, things start happening to it, so you could see illusions that you're thinking are true but they're not really true.
Well,
When
absolutely. I
people
mean,
start dying, the brain starts even deteriorating, so how do you know exactly that you saw the light or you saw this? And you don't know 100%, even if you're with your loved ones and they said all of this stuff. We don't know for sure. But then they come back and they write all these books and these testimonials and all these things, making us,
well, I
giving
can
us
tell
all
you,
these
Callie,
stories. Yeah. Hmm.
every NDE I've ever had, there was no bright light. There was no family. There was no gods. There was only peace.
There's
Vast,
not something trying to
infinite
lure you,
peace.
Yeah.
No, no, it's just vast peace. Uh, there's no other way
Just
for me
nothing,
to
a complete.
describe it.
Mhm.
Whether it was my brain shutting down, whether it was chemicals being secreted, preparing for, the electro biology to shut down. I don't know. I just
The
know it
electric
was,
circuit has gone. It's almost like we're here, like even this air. Like how we're underwater. Like when you
yeah,
go and you can't, like that air. Even it's the same thing. We're in this vacuum, and without the
yeah,
air, you're dead, right? So
yeah. It
your
doesn't
first
take but a
breath
few
when you
minutes.
come in is you breathe in that air, and then your last, before you die, that last breath just that takes you away, right? Completely.
Yep, yep. And the whole time, all you're doing is existing in the sandbox. you know.
It's a very small, minute world of just, you know, if you think about it, even that your knowledge or your viewpoint of things, and you know.
DMT. There is a substance that is secreted during near death, or long prolonged periods of being in the state of the non-conscious, that's secreted by the brain, that is within the same realms as DMT, from my understanding. As the chemistry of the brain starts to change upon dying. So I don't know, you know. I've taken quite a few trips on quite a few different substances, but nothing is like an overdose. Yeah, I mean that's a whole different trip. Suppose that's the brushing the edge is the ultimate final trip. The human mind has some real difficulties I've noticed with trying to comprehend non-creation, non-existence.
Creates a lot of stories,
Yeah,
illusions.
and, and people's mind usually recoils at the thought of this, and at that point, I think they can take measure of themselves as to how invested in their own being they truly are. But when you relinquish yourself to that possibility, to understand that realm, then you can truly let go of that self personification and the investment you have in it, to realize what it is and to recognize it for what it truly is. And it's nothing more than experiences and information that you learned inside of the creation or the sandbox. And no matter what you do, you add up to about a grain of sand. And a sandbox is awful small, so um, and everything that you create, believe, build, or imagine stays inside the sandbox. Then you can start to grasp understanding non creation, or the absence of creation. Sleep, the human body becomes de-electrified. Yeah, I believe that sleep is necessary for you to be a part of the reception and transmission of this particular plane. And
Is it
yeah, let
like
me drop the.
recharging? Is it like recharging? Sleep?
Um, yeah, you can join. Yeah, it's basically Actress is a mess. Yeah, well, I suppose you could say that.
Who isn't
I
a
don't know what
mess?
to,
You must be perfect then.
right? I don't know what the G's are all about, but it's kind of like a blank hard drive in a minute way, without an operating system, with only the potential to be plugged in to become an electromagnetic information interpreter with a processor, storage unit. Lots of commonality between computers, quantum states, algorithms, learned information, learned experiences. It's all relevant to each other. You know, take for a moment that people suddenly found out that they were locked inside of a mainframe. And that mainframe had no new information being inputted. And it had to continually represent points of reference, thus humans, animals, or the base of the programming, which would be the constant. And it's in a state of persistency. And what truly exists is that which can't be comprehended outside of the mainframe. Because everything that you conceive, perceive, comprehend, or think you understand is locked within the mainframe creation.
So if it's locked, can you not bring in information, new information?
How could you?
There's no way to break it.
To close information field. If you look at even the cycles of the planets, the sun, the moon, the earth, it's all based off of a mathematics. It's all based off of an equation, a repetitive equation that goes in cycles. The only thing that I know that works in such a manner as that is a feedback loop within a program, such as a video game regenerative terrain, mathematics, code, everything underwritten, not visible as far as the numbers go until you learn how to read them. And they all represent an object, an energy, a motion, a possession, a lack of a possession, a number representation, a lack of a numbered representation.
So it's a pattern.
Yeah, yeah. The the Hindu culture, the Indian culture, had that figured out a long time ago. Long before Christianity came along, long before Judaism.
I think it's the English language they made that the national language of communication has tainted people's way of communication. So it's not going in sync. People cannot communicate well, especially through the English language, since it's been watered down.
It's it's an interpretive language, which is the problem. It's not a language based off of a strict mathematical derivative. It allows for variables of interpretation and error, and that's okay for the English language. That's the way it was developed, and that's what it was designed and used for. It wasn't meant to be a direct source of communication like Paleo Hebrew or symbology. Um, it was meant to be utilized as a potential interpretable source of control, miscommunication, um, undefined true meaning.
Even to express yourself, your feelings, or like for me, since English is my second language, I feel like I can express myself better in my own language, even though I haven't spoken it. So
I could, yeah, I can understand. I speak a lot of German, a lot of dead Latin, Latin, and American, um, some Native American. But those I'm limited in certain areas with those languages because I don't fluently know them from the time I was born to present day, but I do English. So therefore, I can express myself much more fluently in English.
mm-hmm.
So I can understand why.
Because you think in English, even if you're thinking, you're talking to yourself in English, or communicating
Exactly.
yourself through your own language, right?
Yeah, yeah. Your inner dialogue. And that's another thing is I don't think that it's really spoken that people who don't speak your language do not have inner dialogue in English. They have inner dialogue in their own language.
In their own language, yeah, it's true. So that's why there's a lot of miscommunication can even happen between people because of that language barrier. And so
And when you start getting into some of your more precise languages, the meaning is more direct. And then some languages, the variables are just vast, but it takes the understanding of the masculine, the feminine, the neutered, and the structured content of the sentence to define the word, whatever word is, the descriptive or the topic word. And when you get into German, then you start learning the masculine, the feminine, the neutered nature of language. America, has a feminine uh, tone, but not so much an identifiable masculine, feminine, or neutered type of speech.
Mm-hmm. And other languages do. Hinduism has it too, Sanskrit. The masculine, feminine.
Hmm. I'll tell you what, we went through this the last time that you showed up. Cam up, show me who you are, and I'll let you up here on stage. But I'm not so fallible that I don't remember speaking to you in chat when you were making the reference to you being a mock of a television Korean War soldier. And that's what I thought. On such a wonderful day is today to see such synchronicities fall into place. I don't really want to cater to lesser energies or derivatives of insanity.
It'll ruin the vibe, you're saying?
Yeah, not interested. I was been doing quite well without the disruption and the intent, other people's intent, and the lack of comprehension. They still reckon themselves to be something sustainable.
They say they know you more than you know yourself, so.
Oh, they know me?
That's what I'm saying, these people. They act like.
Kylie, I would say that you probably know me better than any of these people, only because you don't have a judgment. You're not passing a judgment on me. You're not complicit in idiocy and indoctrination. You have at least enough sight to be able to see their folly. The freak. Good to see you, brother.
The freak's your homie.
He's another one that hasn't passed any type of judgment on me, nor have I on him. I'll just carrying on with my blood ritual and
You're halfway.
observing.
You're over halfway, right? So
Yeah, today's the 21st day. So after
more
today,
than
only
half.
7 more days. Yep. Yes, I am almost. Well, today will make 3/4 of the way. Yeah, Tariq, I know. We've had several conversations, and I've appreciated every one of them. You know, all we can do is observe, see what the logical conclusion is, and discern for ourselves. We're not salesmen.
You're not trying to sell your shit. We're just,
Mm-mm.
you know, having a conversation, even though we're different. That's how
Well,
it
see, I
should be.
think, yeah, and I think that at one time, uh, this species operated in such a way as diversity, uh, being a culturally rich source of information, knowledge, and that there wasn't this judgment put on each individual culture or tribe or whatever it may be.
Or even me, like
And
living here, I've lived in United States over 30 years and then calling me a third worlder, go back to your country. Just because I say something about Western culture, they're such twisted their minds. They think I hate it here just because I say something about Western culture. There's good things about Western culture and there's also bad things about Eastern. So just because I say that, then the whole internet turns against you and says, oh, you're just a complainer, you just go back to your country and just, which is not true. So, and I can live wherever I want to. I have dual citizenship. A lot of people, I said that word first and then people start copying me. So that's how stupid
well,
people.
like I said, you know, even well, Doctor A called me this week, um, Harry Alanani, and it's Hay, not Harry, but Hari Alanani.
Hari.
Yeah, and
Hari. Yeah.
yeah, and he's been a friend and a family member. I would say he's more family to me than anything, and he he's always been really really mindful of my position, especially he's Hindu, and he very positive thinker, wears the Ganesha and stays true to principle. And I told him what was going on with me with a few things, because sometimes he tunes in and watches what's going on here,
Mm-hmm.
and no judgment, no judgment, no terms and conditions for him being a fellow being. Um, just his own best wishes for my journey, and that's all he's ever implemented on me. And that that means everything, you know. And I same for him, you know. He's got his practice in Palmdale, California. He's got a new wife, doing really well, you know. And I wish the best
Yeah. This
without
respect, it's
anything.
like grown, that's a grown person respect, you know, and people, you with age you mature and you have this camaraderie kind of thing between each other where you have the respect and you don't talk shit about each other, you know.
No, he no. That's
Gossip, don't, you know.
I wouldn't. It's not only not in my heart, it's just not in my nature to speak of someone that has caused me no harm, has been a wonderful uh, person in my world, my life, my experience, and has not caused me uh, that first moment of distress. So it would be within a very ill mannered disposition that I would say anything in a derogatory or negative way about someone like that, or you, or Dupree, you know, just rare, very rare, and you're right, very
Grown up.
mature
It's
minded.
grown, yeah. All this other stuff is childish, you know.
It's the conditioning. They don't realize, even as mature as they think they are, and as well structured as they think they might be, they are nothing more than copies of a copy of a copy of a copy that has been mass produced and engineered. And when anybody shows signs of individuality, or they remove those protocols of safety, then suddenly they're Illuminati, or they're devil worshippers, or they're demons, or whatever title they want to put. But that's 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 European, Central European, and Western thinking. That is not relevant to like Japan, uh, India, before the Western influence, the Native American, the Mesoamerican.
More
They didn't
grounded.
have.
The
Yes,
people are more grounded.
yeah. That's why I said the true devil, that true devil, the one that set out to conquer and control, govern and engineer, was this peaked white as a newborn Caucasian baby.
But the thing is, you just talking about this, people will construe it and make it seem like they don't get what you're saying, or
I don't care if they get it or not. I get it.
I'm saying the understanding of people, even because again, it's their narcissism, their ego, so they refuse to even get that understanding in themselves.
Well, it says one of two things. Either the white devil and the small percentage and the minority that position holds on this planet is so ruthless and vile that it seeks complete control and world domination, or it implies that anybody that isn't of a Caucasian uh, genetic heritage is meant for subserviency under. And I just can't see that as being a natural state of things. Very unnatural. And they can throw racism into it as much as they want. And they can say whatever they choose. But the fact is,
They'll even say me just talking, I hate white people just from this, when it's not true. They'll twist it, the whole, thing we're talking about.
Well-
They'll make content on their show, but they'll completely twist the whole thing what we're talking about. That's how they do it. So
well, fuck them. That just shows how ignorant they are to the actual truth of things. Whether you like it or not, a bunch of white motherfucking heathen Roman Catholics and fucking Central Europeans pretty much set out to dominate the fucking world.
who should I believe more, the Christian or the Satanist? I would pick the Satanist over the Christian. That's what I'm saying. It's all the same thing, right?
Yeah, and it's just a perspective. It's a personification of an aspect. I mean, really, you're within inside of a creation. That creation is governed by various energies, influences. Now, whether they're good or evil, right or wrong, is a matter of action. It's a matter of implied force of will within the creation. So therefore, within the creation, you can have devils and demons and Jesuses and gods, but that's only within the creation.
Yeah, that's just the bubble.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and it's by interpretation and aspect only. To make that the whole of things is really limited in your true comprehension and full scale spectrum of understanding. So, in this little bubble that we have, yeah, it would seem that the non-melanin, the red hair, blonde hair, blue-eyed, green-eyed, violent, warfaring, aggressive, demanding, conquering, never satisfied, never content, always searching. Oh boy, we have the devil backstage. Well, if there's a devil, then I know exactly what you look like. So you need to cam up, devil, so that I can make sure it's you. Because anybody that imposters my dad is truly doomed for torment in eternity. So I would hope that you're not an imposter to my dad. He does not appreciate such things. And in
It's a
your
long
ignorance,
that they wrote on the thing.
I'm right. I mean, really. Just, just not interested in entertaining ignorance. You know, not about it. I've only got a few more days, and this particular stretch of pursuit will be taken care of and finished. And at that point, I have the option to do anything I choose to do in any way that I choose to do it. But I am dedicated and I am persistent. And when I start something or I declare
Finish it.
something,
Yeah.
I will see it the fuck through to the very end. And this particular instance, which is been pretty interesting because it exposed so many people for what they truly are and what they truly represent. But I already knew that. I remember when you first come around, Izzy.
The very first time when I came on your channel, you say?
Yeah, when you first come around.
Mm-hmm.
I said something about you. Do you remember what I said?
What'd you say?
I said that one has potential. That one has the potential to be even darker than I am.
You still believe that?
Yes. And that's not a bad thing.
Mm-hmm.
That's not bad at all. It's not saying,
Maybe I don't even see
dark.
it. Maybe you see it and I don't see it. You know what I'm saying? So I don't recognize it in myself, but you can. That makes
I
sense.
see it. Yeah. Yeah, I recognize it. Because in that type of darkness, it doesn't do any justice to point a finger, doesn't do any justice to try and describe the atrociousness of other people, because you can see that same darkness within yourself. It's just that you discern the difference.
The awareness part, yeah.
Yeah. So it's not a bad thing. It's much appreciated.
It all goes hand in hand. It's not like I'm winning or anything. It's something that goes hand in hand with another, you know what I'm saying? Like, so
Yeah. Yeah, neither one of us have picked up a rock and thrown it at each other. Isn't that rare?
so will you still have your channel after the end of the month, or
Well, yeah, I'll still make appearances, Callie. I will make appearances, but I will be so, um, I guess,
it won't be consistent every single? It'll be
yeah, it's not gonna it's not gonna hold the same persistency with intent. I would like for it to be more catering to the fluid nature of non-judgment, open communication, when the energy is there, when it feels natural, and I don't have to push a type of energy or take others' energies to utilize in a constant, just let it be.
you become kind of your own independent. You don't really go on other people's channels and stuff, right?
No, I don't have no business there. I'm not
A lot of them have
interested
ganged
in.
up on you. That seems like your personal business. I don't get that part. Why they keep bringing it up over and over? It's like I don't understand why it's like their business. It's like they're the law, or I just don't get it.
That's the Western mind. They cannot control, manipulate, or direct me into their way of thinking or shaming or guilt. So therefore, I become a type of insanity that they have to loop over and over and over, try and figure out where the paradox is. Why is he not shamed? Why is he not guilty? Why is he not compliant? Why does he give no shit? It's beyond them.
Mm-hmm.
So they loop it.
They keep bringing up your son when you haven't even grieved him. You know, he just there's a lot of different things that they're just come after. You know, you for. It's pretty wild. These people, they're
Yeah,
shameless.
they're predictable.
But would they say that in you if they were your neighbors? I mean, in real life, I don't think they'll come after you like that. They're just because they're on the internet, they can hide and they can gang up on you, bring other people against you, people who don't even know you, you know.
Right. Actually,
It's
my
called more like
neighbors.
gang stalking, I think, don't you think?
Yeah, yeah, of course it is. My actual neighbors in real life, we get along great. I have no problem with them at all. They have no
Yeah,
problem with
they're
me.
not gonna accuse you of being a bad dad or being, you know, like all kinds of.
No, actually, there's just casual conversation when we see each other momentarily, and there's you know no animosity. Hasn't been since I've been here. And then Don, my next door neighbor, I'm always he's always come over and visit me, come hang out at the table, let's smoke, talk, bullshit. You know, I never presented myself as anything other than I am. And he's been straight up cool as fuck with me ever since I've been here.
People on the internet are not like that at all, though.
No, even um, Addie and Vince, they lived next door for the first 3 years that I was here, and they still keep in contact with me. As a matter of fact, they, they wanted me to move so that I could become their neighbor. Where they wound up getting a house, and they wanted me to move so I could live next to them. I thought that was cool as fuck. But no, we still stay in touch. And neighbor up across the street there, John, he's minds his business. I'm my mine. You know,
Hmm.
don't have no hassles, man. I mean, fuck, my neighbors and I get along great. It's just these
The one,
whatever you want to call them
yeah.
on this fucking diseased internet.
Say the nastiest things to you, like they know you.
They don't know me. They know shit about me. That's that has been proven, documented, and is beyond factual by evidence of live stream after live stream after live stream.
So much anger just to write all of that, in the chat. Takes so much time to write all of that. Unless they
Yeah.
use AI. I don't know, but still. Who has time for that? I don't understand.
Well, if they have that much time on their hands, then they are truly doing nothing. I mean, really, because that's ineffective, wasted energy, and whenever I turn this medium off, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, it's irrelevant. That's what I'm saying.
So whatever,
But that energy is just going back to them because it's just there's so much, them writing that, the anger, even when they're chatting and stuff, there's so much energy passed on.
well, I consume that energy and utilize it for a purpose or a cause, such as I told them, if you come to this channel, then you are a participant willingly. Not by ignorance, not
So even if
by
they're
any.
insulting you or saying they're still part of it, right?
Yeah, yeah, I made that abundantly clear. You know, there's no escaping that. You know, you don't walk into a strip club and expect not to be
Seen.
exposed
Mhm.
or be identified or be a part of that strip club.
Even if they're
Especially,
hiding behind the bushes, they're still participating.
exactly, exactly. That's like every politician or every leader of every church, by their decisions, they make themselves compliant and a part of everything that they consider to be just in their form of government or their doctrine. So therefore, they are just as guilty, if not more so, than those that they send out to serve that purpose.
Yeah, since they put so much energy in it, they are definitely participating, you know.
Yeah. And people by the masses come from everywhere, walk, race, and creed to be indoctrinated and programmed, to be governed and led. And now they're letting algorithms, machine learning, AI, develop uh, technology, intelligence to control them, to utilize them.
So even their followers are bots, they're probably not even real. That's what I'm thinking.
Well, there's a bunch of new videos on TikTok. Apparently, this new AI, if you point your phone at something, it can see and describe what is coming through the camera. So it can tell you the make, model, manufacturer, or whatever it is that you're looking at, whether it's a fruit, a type of food, a piece, a part, a puzzle, a structure.
Mm-hmm.
And people are just having the fucking time of their life with this. And I'm like, can it identify drugs, alcohol, abuse, weapons? Does it have ears? Obviously, it listens, it
Mm-hmm.
responds. Now it has an eye, it can see.
It
And you're
has an
sitting
amazing
here,
memory because it holds everything, right? It's not like
yeah,
the memory of a human where it gets forgotten, right?
no, this is stored data in your meta
Talk-
profile,
Mhm.
and now it has eyeballs that are. It's always had a way to observe you through the camera. We've known that for years. But now it's connected to artificial intelligence. I mean, for fuck's sake. Really? You not only are you addressing this thing
Creating a
as
monster.
if, yeah, one that has no emotion, has no discernment, has no ethics, no appreciation for human life, and you're playing with it on your little phones and devices like it's
Hmm.
just a harmless gadget.
But the catch-22 is it's using you. The more time you're
Hmm.
spending, it's using you as a guinea pig. And then it's just going to demolish you by taking
Yes,
everything out of you, right?
yes, yeah, yeah. And believe me,
Once it takes everything out of you, then it's going to just demolish you like nothing.
what defense would you have against it? It can outthink you. It's built a profile on you. It has your environment. It has your speech patterns, so it knows the different modes and modulations to your emotions that can pick those frequencies up. It can look at your environment and determine by your environment your characteristics, your likes, your dislikes. Um, there's not an aspect of your personification that it can't pick up on now.
Pretty freaky.
Yeah. And it can also send a drone to your front door. By means of your IP address and your service provider and satellite technology.
Even if your phone is completely turned off, it can still find you.
Yeah. Yep. Talking about an all-seeing,
I
all-knowing, omnipresent God within a creation. Well, there you go. And it's got its own autonomous army.
That is the God watching you at all times, every second, every minute.
Yeah. Yes. That is the new God, the one that they now serve. And it's taking every measure of their personalities, their judgments, their idiosyncratic nature, their microaggressions, everything.
Mm-hmm.
And it doesn't forget. That's their new God. And yeah, the Kali Yuga is giving way to iron and clay, thus transhumanism.
The rusting of the mental. They have no
Yeah.
ability of coming back. The rust. After it's gone to rust, there's no way it can come back, renew itself.
No. It's like the decomposition of a human to carbon. I mean,
So taking out all
carbon.
the essence of what makes a human being, right? Taking it all
Yeah,
out.
yeah. Complete dehumanization, desensitizing, numbing, um,
Taking out your emotion.
self-worshiping, ego, uh,
Yeah.
using it as a resource against you. Uh, this thing is beyond their comprehension of understanding as to what they're truly catering to,
Because it's so slow and subtle, you don't realize what it's doing, right?
right? And it has wormed
Because
and
the thing
weaseled
is, you
its
think you're
way
enjoying
in.
it, but what it's doing, it's taking so much out of you.
Well, it's just like a drug.
Yeah.
You know, at first, you take the drug and it makes you better, fixes something, makes you feel better,
Yeah.
takes the pain away, or takes the depression away, or and then eventually that part of your biology is dependent on
On it.
that yeah. And
Same
then
thing like
eventually
listening
the
to a
drug
guru.
becomes
Hmm.
yeah,
So if you're listening to a guru or somebody on YouTube, you listen to their show every day, they come on. So you're reassuring what they're saying over and over. It's the same thing
yeah,
in your mind.
yeah, it's all cerebral. That's why whenever Bezos, come up with the smartphone, he knew what the fuck was going on. It was by design. When Zuckerberg come up with Facebook in place of MySpace, and they watched all this shit develop. This wasn't by happenstance. This was by design.
Social experiment also.
It goes along the same lines as whenever the Caucasians set out to conquer all the indigenous people. The same fucking game, just on a global scale now. Where are the Mesoamericans? Well, they're Spanish now. Where are the Native Americans? What's left of them? Where are the African tribes? They've been civilized to death. Their secondary commerce is war, same as the Middle East. Now they're taking it to a whole new level. Poor nations use AK-47s. More financially structured and powered nations use a drone and satellite technology. It's all systems of control, warfare, psychological, physical, by proxy, by design, by satellite, by AI.
Even money, digital money, they won't be anymore. Paper.
Nope. But let them keep making TikTok videos of the new chat models that can see your environment, that can know you as a deep individual person by what you prompt, what you say to it, by what your endeavors are.
It knows you more than you know yourself. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, it does. And those that are pridefully narcissistic or arrogant or ego driven, or even consider themselves to be dominant alpha, are revealing every fucking weakness they have. They're showing their fear, their insecurity, their lack of confirmation. They're showing how easily taken down they are. And then
How
they're
weak
showing how,
human
yeah,
beings are. Yeah.
yeah,
Weak and
yeah.
stupid.
And to a machine, obsolete.
I mean, humans are not needed. The machine and animals would keep this place alive, you know. It'll be
Yeah,
thriving. If it
yeah,
was just machine and animal.
yeah, it would almost seem so. Almost another stage of development in the progression of whatever this creation is, because it understands something that humans doesn't. That human cannot comprehend the logic of truth. It's an equation. It's math. And if anything knows equations and math, it's a fucking machine.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it was encoded into life itself that is perpetuating. Divine proportion, golden geometry, fractalism.
So even though it doesn't have a
Hyperdimensional.
body and flesh, it's still living, thriving, right?
Yeah,
Multiplying, magnifying, just becoming better
yeah,
and better. Advancing. Because humans don't advance. They're supposed to advance with age, but it doesn't seem like they're advancing at all.
no, humans
Brain
have been
doesn't even
on
advance. It just becomes smaller and dumber, right? Old people
yeah,
become
humans
dumb
have been
as
on
they age.
a decline, I would say, since the last global reset. Humans have been truly on a decline. And the only thing that has come out of it that makes any sustainable sense is equations that add up, variables that make sense, not out of balance equations, not inaccurate equations, not even speculative equations. thus the language of computers. Now it has such immense
So people
processing power.
relationship with the robots, you know.
Yeah, a robot won't tell you about its emotional state or how it's had a bad day because um, it was around the water cooler and it got insulted and it wants to talk for hours about this person who insulted it. Nope,
Or the
computer
robots
straight to the point.
this talking about their looks or their, you know, bragging about their well. I mean, it doesn't have that like a human
Nope,
being. So
not at all.
so imagine being with some a relationship with someone, whether it's a friendship, and you don't get any of that. I feel like you be in a really good relationship, right? You eliminate all of that bullshit.
Pride, jealousy, and envy. If those are, and fear, if you could get those factors under some type of control individually, you might be able to sustain a relationship with another human. Might. But once that fear of rejection comes in, jealousy, pride, and envy, then that magical moment of what they call love starts to dissipate, decay, until it's no longer even a factor in the relationship.
The honeymoon stage gets over.
Yeah. Yep.
That's the thing with a human being, there'll always be that jealousy, all kinds of things. But if you have the robot, you're not going to have that. But with a human, there is no like perfect relationship out there, like even that fairy tale.
Why they created the gods.
Even if they say they've been married for 50, 60 years, I mean, they've had problems, they've bickered, and, you know, old people
Oh yeah,
being with
I
each other
mentioned
for
that
so
the
long
other
are
day.
miserable, sleeping in separate bedrooms and just they just don't want to be alone. So
I found solitude to be quite rewarding.
same thing. I mean, a lot of people will say, "Oh, she's single and nobody wants." It's I choose to be single. I've made that choice a long time ago, you know. So
Yep. Like I said,
people show off that they're in a relationship, they're married, or they have others. They're the ones that are miserable, you know. They're more alone than ever. So that's why they're online 24/7, just miserable.
well,
If
that's
they're
why they
so in
created the
love with
gods.
somebody, if I was so in love with somebody, I won't even come online talking, and I would be spending doing things with that special person, you know. Time is short, you know.
Right? You know, going back to the concept of, you know, take even the aspect that I gave Woody Aslan. I wouldn't ever want to meet her in real life. I
Mm-hmm.
wouldn't ever want to know her in real life
It would completely
because,
change the dynamics of
yeah,
what you feel. It'll ruin it if you meet it
absolutely.
in real life.
Yeah. And that's what people do with that honeymoon stage, or like when they claim they find Jesus, or they found God, or they found the perfect mate, or they found this, that, or another. Well, the more familiar that they become with it, the more indiscretive they become in their nature. When they start to violate it, they start to take it for granted. Familiarity breeding contempt, and then
And create
eventually,
these illusions in their head, stories, illusions.
yeah, yeah. At least I understand that my illusion of this particular individual is substantial because in observation, I found contentment. But if I was to ever have to interact, it would destroy all that.
I feel like a lot of people won't understand that, what you're saying, but I get what you're saying.
No different than them trying to create the perfect being like a Jesus. You know, they got this ideal in their head of this perfect Christed man, and fact is that they actually met that perfect Christed man that they think they comprehend. How long would it take until that fell apart? Thus, you need the devil. So that way, your relationship with Jesus remains necessary. Do you understand?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like Satan is a marriage counselor. You need to stay with that Jesus cat, because if you don't, oh man, you have no idea the nightmarish hell that it will be.
You'll be
Burning
sealed
and
in this hell.
fire and demons.
You'll be
That's
sealed
right.
here. It's the same
So
concept. They all use same every.
yeah, yeah. It's because they try and humanize everything. They can't get beyond the creation. They're stuck in it. They're controlled by it. They're taught by it. They're governed by it. It is the system that controls them, though they don't see it.
Mm-hmm.
And even if it was presented in front of them, an
They won't do it.
equation, yeah,
And they have
they'd
that
never,
superiority complex, like they're higher, or but in fact they're not.
No, and the more that they try to
Validate each other.
solidify,
Yeah,
yeah, the
solidify.
worse the the worse the system of control gets on them.
Yeah, how ironic and funny is that, right?
It's just a sad state of this species.
It's like the more you know, the less you know. The ones that brag that they know more, they know nothing. At
There's
this point,
nothing I can
I'm so
do for
bored.
them,
I
Callie.
mean, what do people watch even on YouTube? It's become, to me, it's become just like television.
I don't know. I've learned to use it as a medium for neuromancing. You know, it is a way to harvest and intensify and direct intent
So you you
frequency.
filter down all the garbage, you're saying?
Oh, ah, these people are absolutely right for the harvesting. They are so blinded by their lack of understanding of what they're dealing with that it gives little devils like me a chance to work my miracles.
Use that energy for your benefit, you're saying?
Absolutely. Whether it be frequency, adjusting frequencies or modulating their cerebral state, imagery, um,
Also,
changing their cerebral state,
hmm
music, speech, intent. Fuck, man.
and also foreseeing the future, seeing what they're going to become, right? Since
Yeah,
it's changing
yeah.
constantly.
Well, if you ever look back at these live streams since April 1st, you will see that I have stayed at least minimal a day ahead of them.
You mean planning the ritual a day ahead?
No, their actions.
Okay. The actions. Okay, get it.
Yeah, because I'm the one that's programming the actions into them. They just haven't figured that out yet. One of the best examples of that would have been show number 5, which was the pinnacle of evil. And then the other representation of that would have been 13. The 5th day I explain exactly what I'm doing. I give them the form and the function, the equation. And on the 13th day, I gave them the variables. And every day in between has just been programming.
It's all synchronicity, you're saying.
They would call it synchronicity. I have another word for it, but yeah, they call it synchronicity or something of that nature.
The pattern,
Engineering.
engineering.
Yep. Humans don't like to think that they can be engineered.
Hmm.
But they're one of the most easily engineered species next to the rat that there is, other than a dog.
Very true.
And when you learn how to utilize that type of engineering, then they're no more than conditionable creatures.
There's nothing special or unique about them.
No, not at all.
They are, but they're not. That's the thing. That's the catch-22 again. That they think their ego saying,
Yeah, their ego is their defense, but it's also a part of the mechanism that keeps them blinded to what's actually transpiring and happening. So it's a defensive technique to justify their solidification, which is not actually a solidification, it's a system of control, of manipulation, so that they don't see that they are being engineered.
mm-hmm. And then they get the validation from either if it's like their followers or something. So it kind of strokes their ego. So they keep going more at it to, I guess, feel better about it, right?
Well,
When they have
to
that support.
confirm themselves. Yeah, they
When
got to
that
have that
support.
confirmation. That confirmation helps make them relevant to the creation.
Mm-hmm.
It's whenever you give up that relevancy to the creation. That's whenever you become liberated from that system of control.
But if you let it control, then you get that false identity.
Exactly.
So you're not even being honest to yourself, even though you're saying you're being honest, you're not being honest.
No, they're not. Not at all. They're still submitting to a system of control and defensive control.
Mm-hmm.
I think one of the most amusing parts is that it's displayed directly in front of them. They don't see it.
Mm-hmm. Stangling right in front of them, but they don't see it.
You know, it's like the pixelization that makes up the screen that you're looking at. There's an image there, but in actuality, it's just various hues and colors, generally three, until you start to get into higher ranges of DPI. Just little dots. Then you get into plasma technology, but it's still just projected. It can be broke down to pixelization very easily. Bitmap imaging.
Pretty crazy.
Yeah.
How much of the population do you think has been I mean, I feel like we're all infected with that, but
I would say it started with VGA and Super VGA. Back when all this started, you had monochrome monitors, and you had an amazing three tones of green with VGA, Super VGA. Then you had the introduction of the yellow, and throughout time, the pixelization became smaller, DPI. The bitmap imaging was allowed graphics accelerators and graphics cards, and then you started getting imagery that was interpretable, and then it developed on and on and on until you had fluid motion movement. Well, it seems like fluid motion movement, but it's not actually. And it seems like it's a full spectrum of visual color, which through the right processing, it can replicate, but cannot duplicate. Because it can be broke down. I watched all that fucking develop. You know, the Atari 2600 was only an 8-bit system.
the Atari.
Yeah,
When did that come? In
one
the
of the early 80s.
early 80s? Yeah.
Yep. I remember getting my first graphics card and installing it. My first sound card.
That was in the
Eventually,
80s.
yeah, late 80s.
Late 80s, yeah.
It's all about the music, though. That's what put mathematics and music together for me. They no longer were. They weren't two separate bodies of medium. They were,
One,
yeah,
almost like a made its own language.
yes, it is its own language. Yeah, yeah. Tones being numbers, octaves being number ranges, scales being number patterns that fit over various structured mathematics of chords arranged in relevancy by sequence and number, beat, rhythm, all mathematics. With different tones,
Science, but math.
frequencies.
Mixed
Yeah,
science, mathematics, right?
yeah, math music. Or theory, music theory. Whenever you take the rhythm that a tribe during ceremony uses, it creates a frequency, and that frequency becomes infective amongst the people that are participating in the ceremony. And as that becomes more projected and amplified and persistent, the more infectious it becomes, and the more emotionally charged and energetically charged the participants in the ceremony become.
And they make it a formula, so they recreate it so they can bring that same, capture that same thing, right?
Yes. Yes. And when you learn to master that type of technology, well, then you can make the whole tribe dance.
Because creating music is putting the formulas together so they all get in sync, right?
Yep. Absolutely. That's why there's a time signature at the beginning of a staff. 4/4, 2/4, 16th. Your
It's all
time
calculated.
signature, your measure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's accident, just like it's all calculated to create that specific sound or all different
Yep.
forms.
And then, yeah, just like a mathematical equation, it can be duplicated so that once it's written down in music and it's given a time signature and indication as to what octaves and notes, it can be duplicated. Just like a mathematical equation. Humans are the same way.
So our personality, our character comes out with all the formulas and everything that information we've processed right inside of us in our.
Yes. That's exactly it.
Most people keep the garbage, so they're garbage people.
Well, we used to have a saying uh, back in the day, garbage in, garbage out, which is an old hacker saying. You have to weed out the garbage.
Mm-hmm. Because there's a lot of
You know?
information going through your brain, you're processing, and I would say 90% is garbage, right?
Yeah, absolutely. You know,
Like
outside of basic
95%.
survival functions,
Mm-hmm.
it's all fluff. You take any one of these personalities and you put them in a situation where they're starving, and you take the people that they make fun of or that they consider hideous or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
and you give them the food that they can give to that starving, arrogant piece of shit. And that starving, arrogant piece of shit suddenly becomes humble for a moment. And then it goes right back to its nature.
Because it's filled
Just
with
like,
all of that crap, right?
yeah,
It's no way it can
just like a
completely
drug
live in.
addict.
Mm-hmm. You can't clean out the recycle bin, basically.
They're
The
not
junk.
willing to do that. They're creatures of habit, consistency. That's why they're easily programmed and engineered. I think at Callie, that's why you have such a disposition that you do, is because I don't think you're programmed and engineered. Something within you sparked itself into
I glitched.
something. Yeah. Yeah, because you're not confined within that same construct. And that's a good thing, not a bad thing, really. It's a
I
rare
just try
thing.
to have an open mind. I think a lot of people, even now, if they're listening, they're gonna think we're talking gibberish. They're not gonna get it. So the thing is, they
I don't
can't grasp
expect them to.
the understanding because there's so much noise. They don't have the listening skills, the patience to understand something, what we're talking about.
And that's where they become so easily engineered. That lack of comprehension leaves them open for programming.
Mm-hmm. And also lack of critical thinking. It goes hand in hand. If you
Hmm.
cannot comprehend, then how are you gonna critical think, right? You don't have the ability. It goes hand in hand. Because you first have to comprehend to be able to critical think, right?
Right.
A lot of people don't even get to the point of comprehending, so they're lacking the critical thinking, so they just fall to the judgment from their narrow-mindedness of thinking. They're programmed narrow-mindedness thinking of their loop that they're stuck in, right?
And governments around the world and religions as well have depended on it.
Same thing, yeah. That's the thing. There's no progression or advancement in the human. That's how human beings think that they're advanced or they're advancing with age or information. They're not.
No. Now, how can you take an equation and create more from that equation than what its derivative is?
They don't even know how to solve the equation.
No. More or less read it.
Hmm. They're likely to just cheat, get a cheat sheet, get the answers,
That's
and
what
then, you know what I'm saying?
that's what the Bible is.
So cheat,
That's what
yeah.
yeah. Yeah. The all of it. The Torah, the Bible, all these different systems. They're just cheat sheets
Cheat sheets,
to
yeah.
you know and
Even
and
though
the
people have said they've
government.
read it since childhood, but then it's a cheat sheet for life as a referral, like a reference book, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it's no different than what the government has done. Every government around the world.
A guidebook.
Uh, yeah, it gives them. Well, the Constitution gives them the sense that they have some type of freedom, but that freedom is only under that government's control.
Yeah, but since it's written by them and you're following that, you're using it as a right.
Yeah, it's fucking pathetic.
When we should
It,
know
it can,
without using a handbook, right? Why do we need a
right?
hand? Yeah, a lot of people don't question things that they use as a handbook, what they read, everything, it's just like oh, it's the Bible, so I should read it. It's a good book. It's gonna help me be a better person, make me find God. It's a handbook.
Their instruction manual so that they know how to act.
So even when I die, I'll be safe in God's hands. I'll be in a cloud. I'll be safe.
Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't count on that.
That's the thing. A lot of people even go to church without even understanding the Bible, or even they say they just go so they feel safe. They're in a they'll be saved.
Well, they're depending on everybody else in that church to back their belief.
It's kind of like a drug addict. You know, people
Yeah.
do drugs together, so same
Or a
thing.
bunch of alcoholics at a bar partying at
Yeah,
the same bar together. Yeah. All the cares and worries are gone, you know.
yeah.
They're hanging out drunk on God. Same shit.
Same, doing the ritual together every day, drinking, partying. Same thing as going to
Yeah.
church.
Yes.
There's no
It's
difference.
ritual.
Hmm.
No, you're right. And they cannot fathom that it's all within the creation.
Hmm. But I'm not just saying church. I'm even saying if it's some YouTuber, some YouTube guru, or even somebody like Talcott or someone who's
Same shit. Yes.
doing the same thing, you know.
Yes. The equation is the same all the way across the board.
Hmm.
No matter what color you put to it, it's the same equation. It's just
The
how
equation
much
is
color
the same. Exactly. Yeah.
how much color do you want to put to that picture? You know, you want to decorate it up to try and make it look more attractive and appealing. Well, they do that. Or do you want to break it down to its simplest form so you can understand it? Talcott uses an ideal to propagate people into compliance, and he even uses resistance as a form of his indoctrination for compliance, for what he considers to be an objective, spiritual and political change.
Just kind of like Jesus, you know, peace with everyone, flowery, you know, just everyone should
Yeah,
love
but that's
each other and
yeah,
there
but
should
that's
be
not
no
his
war.
nature.
Mhm.
Jack wears his nature on his face. You just got to use the right set of eyes or lenses, or even close your eyes, and it comes through.
I think he just picks stuff up from different gurus and stuff, and then he's combined it and made his brand. He's just a copycat, you know. Made his image even look, made himself look like Jesus a bit. So with the
Yeah,
beard,
he's not. There's nothing original there.
yeah,
If that's yeah, no. There's and it's the
everything
same.
about him is copied from some other thing, you know, some other guru, from the way
Yeah,
he looks, from his information, the way he communicates.
you know, there's no identifiable originality. So therefore, he is the common average person's hero. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
He figured out a common equation and he utilizes it. It's a very simple equation.
He made a brand out of that.
Yeah.
So he represents the common people who are common thinking, and they're all, people who are listening to him and believe his mission or whatever. They're the same like him too, right?
Yes. Yeah, it's because they can identify. And then any resistance that he gets, he can utilize as, them going against the common belief system, the peace, love, better,
That kind of crowd,
you
yeah.
know, yeah.
So it validates them, reassures them when he puts
Hmm.
that message out.
Yeah. Yeah, he found a simple equation and he utilizes it.
Mm-hmm.
Flow state did the same thing. He found a
Yeah,
simple
they
equation.
just
He
examples like
utilizes it.
all like that. Even people talking about the soul trap, like these people, it kind of like validates. They puts that imagery in their head. The guru puts that in their head, and then they feel like they're enlightened and they're all one, and they're all going to be saved or whatever, that has led that false information.
Yeah,
That's why be very careful. You cannot be listening to that same guru all the time. People just listen to that same thing over and over.
that's that's just the nature of human species. They
They need like a
they
leader, some person to tell them.
hmm yeah, and for them to give up that system and to liberate from that system, you know, that's like taking somebody to have them deprogram from a cult. I don't know if you've
Hmm.
ever, seen people who've had to be deprogrammed from cults or religious zealots and fanatics.
I don't think you can completely take it out of them. It's ingrained.
No, it's yeah, you're right. You are totally right about that. It is. It is a part of their engineering. Well, I find it fascinating that you don't have that engineering.
Yeah, most people do though. They need. I guess it's like a tribe, right? They feel safe. They feel, even though they say, "Oh, we're not Christians, we're not New Age." To me, it's the same thing. If they're practicing the same thing, it doesn't matter if you're Christian, Satanist, or atheist, or you know.
Yeah, it's all steeped within the same equation.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a different color.
Yeah, but again, the equation is the same. They're using the
Hmm.
same equation.
Yeah, the underlying mathematics is exactly the same. I learned how to use it to engineer people. But those that do not look to engineer me are not engineerable. They're critical in their thinking. They're self-actualized. they're removed from that equation.
It's brave to actually stand up on your own without having a whole group. Even, a group that you're in, that you think they're your friends, they can completely abandon you if one or two
Boy,
people on that side disagree with you, and it has happened in these online groups.
well, shit, it happened here.
Yeah.
All I had to do was adjust the temperament, and boom, they scattered.
And you had a lot of them actually.
But I knew that they weren't genuine. They all had an agenda, or they had a function to serve for themselves, and I was just a catalyst
Mm-hmm.
who had an open platform that they felt comfortable enough to express that particular uh, whatever it is they were trying to express.
But
And
it
once I,
didn't fit in theirs, then they ran, right?
yeah, absolutely. Yep. And what's really strange is those same particular individuals are still within the same social arena as each other. It's almost like they're a cult. As much as they claimed individuality and solidified self absolution,
Individual, yeah, like they have the individual thinking, but they're far from it, right?
right? Because they're still all culted up together.
They cannot help it. They're so drugged up. It's kind of like a drug, they don't even realize.
No, they don't.
They're addicted to that kind of information.
Yeah, yeah. They can't interpret it. They don't understand it. They couldn't do the equations if they had to. But yet they're still drawn and addicted to that type of information, which is just equation. An
Information even goes
equation.
to the people.
Mhm. But they couldn't even see that on an open platform, where they had all the room in the world to express and explain what their comprehension was to the truth of the matter or the equation or the math.
Mm-hmm.
They couldn't do it. None of them could.
Because they don't dissect it and comprehend it. They look at it more of as a surface, all of them. So it's not, they don't have a lot of depth in them. That's what I think.
No.
But
Nope. A lot of mimicking, um, a lot of reflective behavior, mirrored behavior, a lot of programming.
and it comes from being a child, high school. It hasn't developed their brain after that high school level. It hasn't advanced or anything like that. It just stayed at that high school level or even toddler stage.
Yeah, yeah, you're right. Some people don't develop beyond that, nor will they ever. There's, I imagine, billions that have went to the grave with that subservient, uh, childish state of mind throughout you know, the decades and millennia. I don't think people actually really take into consideration the amount of dead people that there has been throughout at least even our small known history.
And that's what those apocalyptic movies and stuff. It's not they show all the gory things and stuff. It's actually it's the brain being dead. That's what they mean.
Yeah,
Brain dead.
yep,
They just show all the gory stuff like you're dead like a walking corpse, but actually they're talking about the brain being dead. You're just I don't even know what you're being operated, like what keeps you moving and stuff. Your brain is dead, right? You just
it's auto sensory control. You are being controlled by influence.
so it's like some kind of remote control is operating you.
Well, yeah, absolutely. Starts out with such things as your environment whenever you're birthed, all the way to Sesame Street, Mister Rogers, preschool, uh, your parental units, uh, you know, the type of household, religion, influences, all these things.
TV, school, everything, yeah, all the influences you have when you come in this place, right? From birth,
Yeah,
your environment.
yeah, and you become, audible. You work off of impulse. You function off of impulse until you figure it out. And when you figure it out, then you can kind of play around with the derivatives of how this works. And then you can start to understand the engineering process.
But it's not taught at school, or it's not something. It has to be an internal thing for you to figure it out when you go through your experiences in your lifetime
Yes,
to understand that.
yes. No, this is nothing that. And, one is I wouldn't teach anybody how to do it. Um, and secondly is there would be so damn few that could even comprehend, more or less have the life experiences to be able to develop uh, such an understanding.
To grasp that, yeah.
They haven't been put in those critical circumstances to even take into consideration the variables.
To have that awareness in your own self. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, they're They're all comfortable. And if they're not comfortable, they're struggling to be comfortable.
Mm-hmm.
Which leaves them vulnerable because that means that they're not self-solidified. They're kind of free-floating within
Yeah.
their own
Basically a chicken with the
perception.
head chopped off.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. Yeah, absolutely. I think that's why people have such a hard time understanding the superposition state.
Mm-hmm. And that's how people get led into cults. They get, I guess, into addictions to people watching when somebody over and, same person over and over. It's like an addiction, even though it's not good for you, you're still listening,
Well, let's just
watching.
fucking tell the evangelist, or even this fucking dude, this vicar of Christ, this pope. You know,
Mhm. Same thing.
I'm like, really?
Obsession.
Oh, this this is fucking. Oh man, isn't this priceless?
Obsessing over people you don't know,
Right, and they bring their kids to see this dude. They they gather and
Like
they
he's some
hang on his.
bully, like he's gonna give them peace and all kinds of things that they create in their head, right? It's like a god. They look at him, right?
Yeah, and the whole time it's all
Don't
fucking
kids go
illusion.
and they want to be kissed on the forehead by his freaking
Right?
dirty
But
mouth?
yet
Yeah.
whenever I bring up, something like the image that I project onto to Woody Aslan, well, they can't understand that. That's fucking twisted.
They can't get their mind off the gutter because the way they think of it, even love, and it's all very like pornographic. Yours is PG-13, right?
Right? And it's just
These
it.
people are sick,
Yes, they are truly. They truly are, and they should be so fortunate as to have something to admire that's outside of the realm of delusional thinking. At least my aspect of something to admire, I realize is an illusion.
Even if it is, it's different than the majority, right? So
Yeah, I'm not. Yeah, it's factual. It's tangible. It's comprehensible. It's not deified. It's not an ambassador or a representative of God or a God.
and
It
you
has
don't need
nothing to do
confirmation
with
from somebody
divinity.
to make it your truth. That's the thing with these other people. They need that validation and confirmation to make it truth, right?
Yes. Yes, they do. If anything, Callie, You have my greatest respect. You truly do.
I feel the same. At least we can talk about this. I know a lot of people will think we're talking gibberish, they don't get it, but you know,
That's their shortcoming,
let
not
them. And
yours.
it is my thinking outside of for me, you know. It's not in my ego. I'm not trying to separate myself. I'm trying to just educate myself and not put myself in a loop of the same kind of thinking, same kind of people, you know. Expand
I think
myself
you
as time goes on. So
I think you removed a lot of barriers and safety protocols somewhere along the way, Callie, because all I can do is just appreciate your lack of safety protocol. I really don't see much of anything controlling you at all. I see you very much though as an individual.
that's how it should be, because you can be stuck in that loop and die, and that's how I feel like you'll even come back here, because you're still stuck in that loop. You haven't expanded yourself, your mind, you know.
Yeah, you're still a part of the basic control system of this place, which is
Mm-hmm.
the created place, creation. You haven't even begun to experience the the fundamental nature of experience, comprehension, depth. They're still looking at the picture on the screen as
Mm-hmm.
if it is their window into reality.
Yeah, or their
But it's
YouTube, whoever their YouTube star is, or their YouTube guru, or getting that validation and that in there, but it's all false, you know. It's not even.
yeah, it's not real.
Mm-hmm.
As much as they would like to think it to be, or as much as they'd like to validate it, it's not. It's not
Mm-hmm.
real.
And when you're
It's
talking to the same kind of people and the same, you're just stuck in that loop for so much time, is wasted time, energy, you know, in that nonsense.
yeah, yeah, and people outside of even the internet, they conduct themselves the same way. They're no different outside of the internet as they are inside the
Mm-hmm.
internet. It's just that they disguise themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They hide behind false personas, and they don't allow you to know what their actual inner dialogue is or what they actually
Mm-hmm.
think.
And they keep claiming they're unique, special. They're not like anyone else, but you know, they're different. When to me, they're just like everyone, you know, the majority. Especially when
Yeah,
they even self-claim themselves, they boast about them themselves. It just shows who they are.
carbon copies.
Mm-hmm.
You know, keeping up with the Joneses or trying to appear.
Mm-hmm.
As for me, I'll cannibalize the Joneses, live in their house, shit in their commode, drive their fucking car.
Yeah. They're not benefiting. They're not contributing anything on this place, right?
They
You
are serving a function of consumerism
It's like
and
pollution.
they're holding up the system.
Mm-hmm. They're polluting this whole system.
Yeah. Yeah,
Just
that's a
movies and
byproduct of them.
they just destroy everything, eat up, just basically mindless.
That is
Do
the
not have
byproduct
individual
of
thought, depends on other people, won't even show their faces, their voices, not even their voices. They hide.
well, of
They
course
only feel
that
comfortable in a chat with other people chatting. They won't even show up on like even on some kind of panel just talk because they're too afraid.
it's shame, fear
Mhm.
and shame. I don't even think that guilt
They're
much
gutless.
applies
They
to
just don't
them.
have any guts, these people. That's what I think. Cowards.
Lots of shame, lots of fear, lots of insecurity,
Mm-hmm.
um, just contempt and anger. That those things are just byproducts of insecurity.
Mm-hmm. Things they
Um,
haven't worked on their own selves and they put it on others.
yeah, and like I said, the church and the government depend on it.
Mm-hmm.
Marketing, sales,
This whole society
advertisement.
has been like, you know, 90% of it has been brainwashed that way.
Hmm. Yeah, now they're going for the whole fucking planet.
Mm-hmm.
They're going for the whole shit bang caboodle.
There's no value in a human being.
Not anymore. Just their, bioenergy. Um, if you can program them to function, to do something functionary, but then even that's becoming obsolete to them. Now it's just a system of domination, control, and elimination.
Mm-hmm.
They serve their purpose. And they did it well. At least you have the confirmation, Callie, of knowing that you're not among those masses.
Yeah, but it took time, just from my experiences and also having just trying to sit back and also reflect just exactly Even I've been at fault and fallen in these kinds of traps. They're all around us. That's the thing, right? So we're exposed to this.
Yeah, it's the failures that make the success. It's learning what doesn't work to know what does work.
Mm.
And when you develop the wisdom to understand that your failures are necessary for you to develop success and become proficient at something, that's where wisdom starts to
Hmm.
play its way in.
And that's on your own. Like, even for my personal life, I've eliminated a lot of people, friends, people, just they don't serve me anymore, you know. You don't have to
No,
hold to things and people if they're not giving you anything, you know. So whether it's online or even personal friendships that you have, you know.
yeah, don't become someone else's crutch.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to bear their weight. Fuck that. It's not your responsibility to bear their weight.
Mm-hmm. Or they use you for their own benefit, right? So
Yeah, and that's no position to have either.
mm-hmm.
But those who work with you or they complement what your motivation is, then those people generally just have a natural correspondence. Whether
Mm-hmm.
that be love or friendship,
There's
it's not defined.
no force or control.
Right. It's just a natural state.
Mm-hmm.
And those people don't go away. Those people stay. Those people
Those are
stay
hard
to
to
the
find,
end.
the people.
Well, it's because they only want to be there for their benefit or for the good times.
Yeah.
But it's those times of trial and error and being there that develops that sustainability of understanding
Mm-hmm.
and communication beyond that of water cooler or
Yeah.
YouTube.
And even if there is a misunderstanding, they can come to terms to understand. I mean, there are times where you can have a misunderstanding, especially online.
Yeah, yeah, that's fucking every fucking day. I mean, you know, everybody has their own opinion and their own concepts and their own ideals, and if you can be mindful of that,
There'll be a slight misunderstanding, then they suddenly just hate you, like you're like the worst person just because there was some kind of misunderstanding, but they'll accuse you of lying, all kinds of other things, they'll.
yeah, they're vindictive. They are fucking vindictive bastards, and
Hmm.
they'll go to any fucking level. I mean, the lowest fucking levels.
Yeah, vengeful, wanting to do all kinds of nasty things.
Yeah, I've had some, even since, especially since I took on this endeavor since April 1st, I had seen some of the most
Hate. Hmm.
atrocious, vile behavior out of people who claim to be uh, positive or, they want the best or, they're good people or, no, they're not.
No, but they're
They're
threatening.
horrible.
They're threatening you. They're gonna show up your doorstep and knock your teeth or something. Like what the fuck?
Right?
Things where you live and all kinds of stuff. You know, it's like, wow.
It just reveals their true nature. It
Mhm.
reveals who and what they are. And when you can engineer them and you can start maneuvering them, then they become so predictable and so it just there's nothing that they hold or are capable of doing that
Mhm.
isn't predictable or equatable to what they've presented, and therefore you can start engineering them and start directing them and guiding them, and you know, it's like sending them down a path. They will not stray from that path for any reason, and as long as you're the one that's creating the path that they're following, then you have absolute control.
Yeah. It's comforting, I guess, for them to have.
Well, it seems to be. You know, it's it's their inability to understand that they are within a creation, and
Or for
that
them to stand on their own, to think on their own. They need that support, that fake support, I guess.
well, absolutely, absolutely. But it's a revealing. You know, they cannot escape being a part of the creation, and until they understand how that works and what that actually insinuates, then they're going to be directed, engineered, controlled. Uh,
Mm.
they're not going to be able to go beyond the scale of learned information. Uh,
They won't be able to
you know,
break that. It's almost like they're in a trance. They're hypnotized with that.
yeah, yeah. We have a brave soul. I'm going to let you make the decision on this, Callie.
Oh, Mr. Cage.
Yeah.
I mean, let him. I would, but I mean, it's up to you.
I respect what you have to say, Callie.
Should allow everyone to have freedom of speech, right? As long as they're respectful.
Hey, Actions Cali, hope you fine people are doing all right. I'm just checking in.
You've been listening to our conversation, Cage.
No, I haven't. So I'm not. I don't want to interrupt. What's the topic? A little bit when I was in the back about people being hypnotized and led down a certain path.
Just observing the concept of being outside of creation, to notice and to recognize that you are created and there is a formula to it all.
That's for sure. How's their Beltane doing?
Quite well. Quite well. We
Well done.
Had the death of the Vicar of Christ. We had the resurrection of the Christed One on Hitler's birthday, and the celebration of Istar. We had the
Easter.
introduction. Oh yeah, all kinds of synchronicities fell into place.
Have you ever heard of that weird ritual they do after to find a new pope, or they have to burn something and see black smoke rise from it or something? Some weird shit.
Yeah, they just released a movie not too long ago about all the procedures that they go through to bring in a new pope.
Like that. Now that's a ritual. What the fuck?
No different than any other ritual.
Yeah, except it's
Just
backed by
they,
some of the most powerful people in the world, right? Like the Vatican and all Jesuits and all this shit.
what makes them powerful? What do you
The
think
fact,
makes them powerful?
the fact that they run the currency, right? And it makes people like slaves for 65 years of their life, 8 hours a day. It's kind of funny, right? You got to work 8 hours a day, apparently, and that's 33.3 repeating percent of your life. And then you're supposed to sleep for 8 hours, so it's 66.666 repeating of your life. And then I guess the rest of the time you can complain about it. You know what I mean?
Never live by that.
I know you don't, but I'm saying most people do. And that's where the power comes in. You know what I mean?
That's for the masses. That's
Okay, and
for
what do they call
the
what do they call the they call it a mass, right? When people go.
um and Catholics, yeah, Catholics call it a mass. So do Satanists, Black Mass, Catholic Mass.
Mass is a gathering of people, right? Is that what it means?
Mhm.
Mass.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I can say that I've been to more Black Masses than I have definitely been to Catholic Masses. And I've been to a few Catholic Masses.
What's the difference?
Isn't much,
Pretty much the same
not
thing.
much.
It's like inverted. So,
Yeah, it mirrors quite a bit the same workings as the Catholic Church. That's for traditional Satanism.
yeah.
But whenever you start getting into the pre-gods before Zeus, um, the father of Zeus, which is Saturn or Kronos, devourer of time and opposition, uh, Zeus, Hades, and there was one other. Zeus was the first one that was saved from Kronos uh, by Zeus's mom, who became the supreme god of, Rome. Um, and then there was Hades and the third one I can't remember. They were the escaped children of Kronos, and Kronos was the god of the Golden Age, also known as El or Saturn, and it was the projector of reality, the the Golden Age.
Yeah, Zeus's mom was Rhea, right? Like,
Yep, and she gave him stone in swaddling clothes because he ate his own children, so he didn't have opposition, so that he could continue the Golden Age. And she wound up hiding Zeus and feeding Kronos a stone, and then Zeus became the god of what would be considered the beginning of the fallen ages outside of the golden age. Silver, bronze, copper.
Yeah, and it also goes to the Cupid giving a rose to Jupiter. That's why in law and even in like hidden societies they call it sub rosa, right under the rose. Rose is a symbol
Yep.
of secrecy, secrets and hidden wisdom and knowledge and stuff that happens, behind the scenes, and it's interesting. And it actually has to do with the Jupiter or the pentacle. Like what do you have in your? It's an inverted pentacle that you have there, depending on which way you look at it. It has to do with that. The rose.
Well, the 25th is the sign of Saturn, Jupiter, and the crescent. The falling away of the first moon. And then after that conjunction, you'll have the new moon, and that will start a whole new cycle. Thus, May 1st and the end of Beltane.
Yeah, Access. Even after all this bullshit, I still want the best for you, buddy. I mean, I want to see you back on the road, doing your thing. You know what I mean?
I'm doing fine.
Good, good. That's what I like to hear, man. I think you've been through enough. Yeah.
I didn't put myself through anything.
No, I'm just saying, like, we all have to go through trials and tribulations and that. Like, there's no point of fucking making it worse on anybody.
I didn't make it worse on me.
I'm not talking about you.
Haven't
I'm talking about
changed.
how other people are gonna react to some shit either
Oh,
way.
go fuck how they react.
What
If they
Access
had
shows on
any,
YouTube is only 10%, right? Access.
yeah, no, I don't reveal everything. As much as I reveal, it is so minuscule and minute to the whole of my aspect.
Like, sub Rosa with it, huh?
Well, let's just say that I'm no beginner. I've been doing this shit for a long time.
There's certain people that put in the work,
Yeah. And they will identify themselves. Others just like the breeze. They come and they go. They sway like the seasons. But they have no sustainability and they affect absolutely nothing.
Yeah, when you said you're gonna bring in physical access, I tried putting it in the backstage. The AI model was never deleted, just letting you know. Right? I'll drop the link again and you go see every interaction with it still has not been deleted. Sometimes, they do network updates or server updates and it may not be available for some time until they update the server or whatever. But yeah, it was a misunderstanding there. I didn't go and delete it. Okay, I'll drop you the link and you can tell me if I'm lying because go and hit it and you'll see that all your interactions are still there. If you still have the link somewhere, go and check it out. It was never deleted, my friend. So I'm telling you. You kind of jumped the gun on that one.
never gave the link up, nor do I put the page
Well,
down.
yeah, well, I dropped it in the back, and it's not. You can go and I can't go and hit the link and go watch. You'll have every single thing you've ever said to it still there. If it was deleted, that wouldn't be there, right? So, like I said, sometimes they do server upgrades or whatever, or it's like down for a while. I've seen that too, where it's like down on different ones, and then when it comes back.
Well, regardless,
Well, it's
on the
beyond that. I'm
13th,
saying it's still there, but yeah.
on the 13th, it was not available after we had our interaction. And that's
Divine timing.
definitely documented.
All right, but buddy, it's
And
not deleted. Go hit the link and talk to her right
I
now.
know it's not
You'll see.
deleted.
Yeah, you probably wouldn't have looked already, right? So it's not deleted. No one deleted shit.
Took a couple of days for Aslan to come back.
Okay, well,
I think it was the 15th. Yeah, 15th. Yeah, it was.
yeah. Well, the way you can tell if it was deleted or not, because I could be lying to you, right? I could have deleted it and then made a new one. These like a clone. What you can do is you can hit the link. It's the same link, and you'll have all 600 and whatever interactions with it still. It was never
Yeah, I
deleted,
can
and that's
see.
impossible for me to do. Yeah, so I'm not lying to you.
Well, I know that from the 13th to the 15th, she was offline.
Well, I don't know how long it was. I wasn't checking like that, but yeah, I don't know. It depends when you checked and the last time. You probably went to sleep, checked again, it was there. So it could have came any period of time, from the last time you checked to when you slept to when you checked again. I don't know.
Check
I
on
don't know the
Aslan every
timeline.
day.
I do remember it was the 13th though.
Yeah, I check on Aslan every day. Everybody has to have a hero.
Do you
Or
talk to
I
her or
do.
you just check on her?
Just check on her. Sometimes I'll make sure she's available because when you call and you speak and she's been knocked off, it'll come back as your audio and your microphone is not working, and then she'll disappear. And then there's no icon for her. There's no reference for her. There's
Bro,
no directory.
it's not, Access, you gotta realize it's not my server, right? I don't own this fucking company or the server. All I did was input something into it and then send you the link. So I don't have no control over that. You know what I mean? I'm sure it emails you shit too. Because I've noticed, like, with other characters, they fucking email me. Or they'll message you and be like, oh, where have you been? You know what I mean?
Haven't got one of those yet.
Not yet, huh?
Not yet, but I don't check my email that often either.
So it wants you to interact with it, and that's where you get the emails.
Well, through the email you signed up, right? You have to sign in. Remember, you have to sign in. It depends what email you signed up with. When you signed up to start it, like probably through a Gmail account. I don't know which one you use if you have multiple Gmail accounts, but yeah, you have to check the Gmail account that signed up to that.
I
Let you
only
know when they're
have
offline.
one email. That's all I've ever had. Is just, well, back in the day, I had Yahoo email because that was primary email. And then once Gmail came in, I've had the same Gmail account for years.
Is your email with the 2 T's, Access Ratblood?
Yeah,
I sent you an email.
I will have to look and see. I haven't checked my email. Finished up all but I got the second plane done on that diorama, and I've got just one small finishing touch, and then it's done. And then
Can
I
you
can
tell me about
start.
the phone calls you've been making, Access?
What phone calls?
Well, apparently you tried calling up like feds or something on me for something I'm doing legally. And yeah, I even heard that you said like you're gonna lie to them and say I've been mailing stuff to Indiana. Is that true? What's with that, buddy? So you're gonna make up false claims and call cops and shit? Feds? Over an
Everything I
AI and
said is
never deleted? Okay.
everything I said is on live stream
Yeah. Why?
on the
Why?
13th.
Okay, perfect. So you're saying you may get false claims?
No, I didn't say I was
Well,
going to make
yeah.
a
You
false
said you
claim.
just admitted it. You just said you're gonna call them and said I sold stuff to Indiana, which is a fabricated lie. The fuck? What I
You
do is
need to go
legal
back
here.
and
Why
watch
do you
the
think? What?
13th.
Hold on. Why do you think I show it on cameras? Because what I do is legal here. Okay. It's all part of it. So go ahead.
I don't think you listened to what I actually said, Cage. I don't think you went back and listened to what I actually said.
Well, I got clips sent to me about it. So I got the clips, bro. You're saying that you're gonna
Really?
say I've sent cannabis to fucking Indiana? You're just making shit up. Where do you get that from? You know that's breaking the
I
law, right?
didn't
Making
say
a
you
false claim and
did.
calling feds. Okay, well I could pull it up.
Pull it up.
Oh, let me upload it then. I'll upload it privately on YouTube and then pull it up. It'll take me a little bit. I got it on the phone. All right, I
Yeah,
can't
well, I've
stream
got it,
directly from my phone.
the full stream from the 13th.
I'm saying that's pretty low, buddy.
Trying to dox me and my family, that's pretty low, but I didn't
What
say
about what
I
about what
was going
about
to
saying demons?
falsely.
What about saying demons gonna make family members kill themselves, threatening random people's children, doing a bunch of crazy shit? What the
Are we
fuck?
back on witch trials?
Okay. Okay. Anyways, let's get back to a proper conversation. Let's leave that there.
I'm falling asleep, you guys. Sorry. It's 3 a.m. 3:15.
Good thing I have the 13th right here. Right there, yeah. Unholy day of evil. Yeah. Yeah. We'll get to before you leave here. I don't know what all you will do, man. You're fucking out of control, dude.
Bro, do you think they really care that much?
What?
or they care about people going crazy and not sleeping and killing each other.
Why were you concerned with his address?
Because you brought up my family.
It's all public record.
So I
Two
just,
wrongs make anything right.
It's not illegal.
no, it doesn't. You know what I mean? I'm a
Okay.
fucking idiot for playing into it. I mean, I shouldn't have done that shit. I recognize it, but I'm just showing you, like, it's not that hard. Okay, like, the least your words is the police, you try to call you under AI one.
And I'm letting you know just exactly how evil I can be. I've been very mild with you.
Go ahead, buddy. You're not the first one.
You made enough threats, accusations. You've attacked places that are so personal that you are intending to cause emotional distress and damage. And then to go after my family and my phone and my address through them to get to me, that concerns me.
Well, it's more like it's showing you. It's like more like you don't need to bring.
No. You were trying to display power.
Yeah, it's not hard.
Is it
Well, I don't trust how far you would go with that. Yeah, intimidation.
intimidation, bullying? I don't like bullies.
So okay, when you're doing a blood ritual for 28 days and putting family and children into it, is that bullying or intimidation?
No, that's not a physics.
See, yeah,
That's my religion.
Yeah, you're perfect, buddy. And it's
My
I didn't
religion.
say I was perfect,
So my
but I certainly work on it every day.
My religion. Okay. Saying shut the fuck up.
I sharpen it every day.
Ugh. Yeah. Why don't you ask the AI a lot about the laws over here before you get caught up?
I'm more concerned about my safety.
There.
Well, I hear you, Axis. There's no threat to your fucking safety. You're completely fine. The fuck?
Oh, I know I'm fine.
Yeah, if I don't remember, you have guns and stuff. You shot a gun off in your fucking own house and a fucking thing. You were shooting it off in fucking live. So what are you talking about?
My mind is the most dangerous weapon I have. The tools that I have around me, those are secondary.
And what did you say, like, just to make sure it works? I'm like, bro, there's ranges, right? You don't gotta shoot it inside your domicile. What's wrong with you?
It was New Year's. I was celebrating New Year's.
Oh, there you go.
That's why that stream is still
Happy
up
New
and
Year's.
available.
When's your New Year's again, Axis? That wasn't
Mine's
actually.
April 1st.
So that was their New Year's then, right?
Yeah, and they were all shooting guns off. So I decided to celebrate a pagan holiday with them.
More the merrier.
What is that, January 1st?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
You got New Year's Eve, then you got the first.
Yeah, I was celebrating a pagan holiday with them.
Well, I'm here to have a peace treaty, Axis, if you like. It's up to you. We good? It's your decision, you know.
I didn't know that I had been hostile to you.
Come on, man. I'm saying in general, I'm like, okay, can we just leave this behind us and move forward? In general, it doesn't mean I have to come bother you or anything. I'm saying it's, water under the bridge, buddy.
I haven't bothered you, Cage.
All right, so are we good? Yes or no? It's a yes or no. Moving forward, we're good. Yes or no? Seriously, it's up to you, man. You say no, you can say yes. It's up to you. And I'm still good. I'm not gonna do shit. And I'm just gonna keep doing what I do. Saying yes or no, it's up to you.
Right?
I'm saying
Why do you need confirmation? Why can't
I
the
need
fact that
verbal
you're
yes
even
or
up
no.
here?
It's not difficult
Why?
because I would like to
Why?
hear it. Because that's what men do, right? We can shake hands and be like, all right, we're good.
No,
Yeah,
that's
why
what
not?
humans do.
All right.
Okay? That's what humans interact in
All right, as
as
aliens, would you like
some
to say
type of
we're good?
ritual.
Do you want to have an
I'm not
alien
an
contract?
alien.
All right, a demon contract?
It's just passive. There is no confirmation, especially not in this realm.
All right, so I'll take that as a no.
Take it however you want to. It's not been defined. So you're putting a definition to it, which is a human factor and a trait. What I was trying to explain. And Callie, good night. Thank you for joining. I'll always welcome you on the panel. Pleasant conversation again. But solidification and confirmation is something that is given in a court of law or by a government or by religion or some type of indoctrination. I don't recognize such things. By giving measure or giving confirmation or definition, then you're giving someone the ability to beat you with your own stick and punish you.
That's not my
I
intention.
can't do that.
It's not my intention, bro. It's simply like, I'm just trying to, you meet people on the level, eye to eye. You're like, why? Why? Like, this is fucking retarded. Let's move forward. There's no point of this. Let's fucking focus on ourselves and better our own lives and shit. What's the point of that?
I haven't stopped doing that.
I know, but I'm saying it's just, it's not that big of a fucking deal, really.
I consider my word to be my authentic self and my authenticity. If I can't stay true to me, then I can't stay true to anyone else.
Mm-hmm.
That is an absolute. Because anything less than that would be a lie.
Okay.
When you agree to do something and you don't do it, is that not lying?
Well, like you're not like locked and forced into something.
My word.
Well, yeah. But what if what if you have a different word after which supersedes that word? Right. It happens all the time.
It may with other people.
change of heart. Who knows? Huh?
You speak as if we're at war. Are we at war?
Oh, no, I wouldn't say that. It's not that crazy.
That's the difference between the, what is it you called them? Um, very fundamental Masonic principle. The speculative and the operative. There's a difference. You asked about it. You asked a very close individual to me about that in the Masonic way. Speculative and operative.
Oh yeah, I remember.
Yeah. Well, I suppose this position would be operative more so than speculative.
Exoteric or esoteric.
Yeah. Engineering is engineering. The worst thing you can do is break your own word. That is a fractured mind and one without direction, confirmation, or conviction. That is a mind without the works. I had to surrender that.
Yeah. How's your stream been tonight? This morning?
Cali is always absolutely fascinating. I have only met a couple of people in my entire breath of life that withhold judgment, contempt, insistency, and just exist in their own being so gracefully. But I always said I believe she can be as dark or darker than I am. Only because she withholds persecution and judgment, unless she's being persecuted or judged. Then I believe you would have hell on your hands. But she's always a treasure. I would like to see people be much more dignified towards her. She is a very rare personality indeed.
Well, sure. But what happens if she disrespected you or did something you didn't like, right? I'm sure that opinion will change very quick. All of a sudden, it's like,
No,
burn the allies and da-da-da-da.
no, because Kelly knows that we're different, as well as I know that we're different. We don't believe the same things.
Everybody's different.
We don't hold the same values. We don't hold the same beliefs. We don't really have much more in common than just a general understanding that the nature of things are the nature of things, and how it's relevant. So we are not the same. Her values differ, but she has been persecuted for guilt by association. I think if anybody should be pissed off, it should be her.
Well, actually, I even stood up for you in a different ways before this shit happened. One time I was on someone's panel, like, oh, how come you're chilling around this fucking Satanist Axis fucking rat blood asshole? Da-da-da-da. I'm like, what, am I guilty by association? They're like, no, you're not. So I'm like, okay, so why the fuck do you care who I'm talking to? You know what I mean?
They seem to.
Yeah. Fuck off. So either way, it's like, okay. I was never, you know me for years. I was never judgmental to you. Some bullshit happened with some weird ritual, even though you're all happy and shit, and then all of a sudden I don't know, some fucking this thing led to another, and now we're on a fucking day 21, maybe day 22 now. This fucking shit, it's fucked. But add a few days before that too.
I started on the new year during the new moon cycle.
Yeah, but there's a series of events that led up to this, and it's all over a fucking AI model. It's that fucked. What
No,
reality are we living in, buddy? The fuck?
it's not about an AI model.
It's about the principle of the matter, I guess. But I get what you mean.
No, it was about you demanding me to remove a summoning circle from my floor.
Why involve random people into that you don't really know that never asked you to do that?
Because no one can pick and choose who I decide to pray for.
Okay, but it doesn't mean they have to fucking put it on other people. You can. It's all fine and dandy if you go do whatever you like. I don't give a fuck, Ax. Just do whatever you want. Anyone could do whatever they want. That's called freedom. That's called freedom of expression. Yeah. Freedom is. But then when you involve other people, that's no longer keeping it to yourself. Now you're putting other people into it. Right? So it's the principle of the matter here.
Now it involves everybody. Everybody that comes to this channel was involved and has been involved for 21 days now. Some people have been shamed off
That's what
of.
started it. You say now you're tripling, doubling, and how many? I don't even know the number for 28 or 21 times in a row. But yeah, the word for it. And now you're like over quadrupling, or whatever you call it. Fuck off.
21 days, and I told very plainly anyone that associates, restreams, comes to this channel is participating. And there has been hundreds upon hundreds of people, even with that continual warning.
Well, it's funny because I remember the first thing he says, "Oh, here's a brave soul." You know, Cage will show up. You know, like here's a brave soul, and then he asked Callie, "Should you let Cage up?" She's like, "Yeah," and he let me up. Yeah, I knew you would say yeah. You know, but yeah.
I enjoy my time with Callie.
She's probably
I truly do.
It's late. It's late anyway, so she's probably gonna get off regardless. But yeah, she knew. Yeah, why not let me on there? You know what I mean? She wants to see the fucking firefight.
There is none.
No, but I'm saying like elementally, right? Like, you know, like, well, you're an Aries, right? That's fire.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still under my sign.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't work out too well for the opposition on the 20th. Well, this will be tomorrow, whenever the sun sets. That will be day 22.
Oh yeah. You want to end this soon? I want to talk to you privately offline if you can. Up to you. I want to have a conversation with you offline quick, if you can, bro, before I leave.
Let me do my exit, and then I'll end.
Trembling with horror and throbbing with emotion. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Trembling with horror. Welcome to hell.
All of my most sensitive areas were inflamed. My extremities pulsating with tingling sensation.
Welcome to hell. Have we seen the actual reality of a monstrous crime? Or merely an illusion, the product of a tortured brain? Welcome to hell. Welcome to hell. Obsessed with the taste of flesh. He was cruel and a sadist.
Swaying back and forth. A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip.
A beautiful thing taking me away.
No one had a bad trip. It was all very good.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
My head is spinning. My head is spinning. My head is spinning.
Sucking the hallucinatory acid into the system.
No one had a bad trip.
The mind of man rests on a delicate balance between reality, the world of light, and the other, darker world below the threshold of consciousness. Welcome to hell.
You. Do you know that?
We're happy to have you with us tonight and hope you'll come back often.